and welcome to Positive Fandom. Welcome to the Burnettwork, and welcome to PGS Moving Image. I'm your host, Mmmm, and of course we have with us tonight Darth Plato. Hi, Darth Plato. How are you today?
I'm good. It's a nice warm day where I am. I'm just chilling out, looking forward to watching a movie.
Yeah, that's great, Darth Plato. It's such a pleasure to have you here. And guys, it's such a pleasure to be here. We just heard about the passing, or a few weeks ago, of Friedkin, William Friedkin. And this man was such an incredible movie maker. And the Turner Classics Movies was doing a dedication to him 2 nights out of this year, where they were going to be focusing on films that he made and also talking about them. And I thought, yeah, that is great. But I also kind of wanted to find out what people in our community thought and what their experiences were with these films. So I thought, why don't we go ahead and do a watch party here on the Burnettwork on Positive Fandom and get everybody's opinions and thoughts about the film. For those of you who are in the chat, and of course, I want to thank Tom Jr. Jackson, our moderator, collaborator, and good friend. Thank you for being there. But we also want to know what the community thinks about these films and their memories of the films too. So that's how I'm looking at this. And of course, Darth Plato and I are going to be watching it. We're going to be talking about different scenes and different things about it. Sure hope you all out there are doing well. This truly was one of the most famous films of Friedkin's. Any thoughts about the film before we start this watch party, Darth Plato?
I'm looking forward to seeing the movie. I have not actually seen it before.
Oh, so this is your first time? Okay, that's fine. And I think that's great because it is going to be an amazing film for you. I think you're going to like the film. And I'm not going to ruin it by telling you what it's about. I'm just going to let you go straight into it. For those of you who have seen the film and want to watch along with us, that's great too. We're glad that you're here. Or if you have thoughts and comments and concerns and good memories about the film, please let us know in the chat. We have a timer down there of where we're going to be. You said you were at 101, Darth Plato?
I am at 101
Okay.
on Amazon.
Okay, great, guys. The film is on Amazon. I got to as close to the point that Darth Plato is at, and probably that many of you are at. I am going to start the timer in a second. And of course, guys, this is one of the most famous films by William Friedkin. Once again, we're just enjoying and celebrating an incredible film that he made that's truly iconic. And I would like to hear everybody's comments and thoughts about the film going forward. And we are going to go ahead and start at 101. Let me just get to where I'm at the point. And of course, the film does star Gene Hackman in it. So without any further ado, guys, it is on Amazon. Starting at 1 minute and 1 second. This is just so you know approximately where we are in the movie. Guys, you can start wherever you like, but certainly do share your thoughts and concerns and memories of this incredible film, The French Connection. And I'm going to be pressing the start button now.
Yeah, definitely the 70s.
Yeah. Yeah, I love these. Tom says it's been like 20 years ago that he saw the film. Excellent movie. Yeah, Tom, it's been a while, right?
Yeah.
I can't wait.
Admission, I'm actually old enough to remember the 70s.
I do like the suits that and clothing that men wore in the 70s. I really do like that. I do want to say hello to those of you out there. Of course, guys, this is our
Oh
PGS
yeah,
image
there's
TCM.
buses on the wire. Yeah, San Francisco still have buses like that where they're on the wire like that.
Yeah. And Bonzo Kilborn is with us. Saying hello to some of you guys. Joshua Gonzalez. Oh, nice. I saw that. Can't wait. Let us know what you guys think of this film, everybody, through the years. Grogu is here. Hi, Grogu.
Where is this?
France, maybe.
Right. But
I'm sorry I didn't tell you more about the setting. It looks like it might be France.
I'm thinking it might be Marseille.
Yeah. And of course, Tom Jr. Jackson. Daniel
Yeah.
Berry, Sports Highlights, is here. Hey, Daniel. And Dahlia also saying hi, bedtime for 2 a.m. there. Enjoy the movie. It's a great one. Thank you, Dahlia, for stopping by and enjoy your sleep.
Yikes.
Oh my God, that happened so. Yeah, I agree. Tom Jr. Jackson, it is one of his best films. That happened so quickly, right, Darth Leto? Oh, and now we're back in Brooklyn. I know where that is.
Hmm. Got a lot of fans acting out.
Okay, so they're shaking down some of these guys.
They're being pretty open about it too. Well, look at Santa taking care of business.
Yeah. Now we get to see all those fantastic big cars from the 70s. I love it.
Yeah, look at that long car. Yeah.
Now this was an era where there were a lot of empty lots of land in the five boroughs of undeveloped or properties that had broken down or fallen down or whatever. But you really can't find too many of those anymore.
You mean New York?
Yeah, they purchased them and rebuilt, buildings on them by now. But there was a lot of these burnt out buildings you can see on the right at that time. Even going into the 1980s, there was a lot of them.
Hmm. Well, I don't think the five bureaus were consolidated to like what 1890 something, right?
Oh yeah, I don't remember the date. Hey, Mikey Lito, 1898 with the win. Thank you, Mikey Lito. Hope you are well and hope you're watching along. Mikey Lito, any memories of this film? Please do share it in the comments. Want to hear what some of your thoughts are about the film that you enjoyed. Please do say it in the chat.
How you doing, Mikey? Appreciate the confirmation there.
It almost feels like, honestly, a different century, Darth Vader, doesn't it? I mean, it is technically speaking, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, it's definitely another century.
Yeah, 50 years ago.
50 years, yeah, 50, geez, 50 years ago.
Yeah, around there, 40 to 50. So, okay, so we're back in. You thought it was Marseille, probably Marseille, as you said.
What year is it? 1975.
Right now?
Yeah, and
Yeah,
the
probably.
movie.
Probably.
I mean, the year the movie was made.
It's a good question. 71.
Wow, that's the Nixon administration. France, however, that was a very different place.
Mhm. And guys, make sure you check out and like and subscribe to Mikey Lito's channel. Mikey Lito's another YouTube creator here. And let's go ahead and support our fellow creators. Hello to you, Mikey Lito. Hope you are well. Hope everybody is doing great. Mikey Lito, let us know your thoughts and memories of this film, what you know about it, what you like. If you've seen it before, please do share.
Yeah, I remember talking to a French teacher.
Hmm.
He said that he traveled France back in the 1970s, trying to find people that had old patois, like language from the old days before the French really universalized what we now call France. See how many of these people were still around. He couldn't find anybody outside Britain. He couldn't find anybody. He said that there used to be a time where going to different parts of France was like going to a different country, and really the borders of France was really just there because it was enforced by the king.
That's interesting.
Different parts of France is like going. It's like so. Paris is a very different place from the rest of France. There's Paris, and then there's the rest of France.
Hmm. Thank you for sharing that, Darth Plato. And I do want to mention, I love seeing these inside of these police precincts. They have the Barney Miller spirit, right? Tom Jr. Jackson, that Barney Miller feeling. That's what I'm
Yes.
feeling right now. And I love that Barney Miller vibe that I'm getting from this, everybody. Mikey Lito says he loves the subway chase, of course, and I don't remember it. So I can't wait to see that coming up, guys. Also, please subscribe to Tom Jr. Jackson's YouTube channel, guys. Tom is a YouTuber as well. He's our moderator, collaborator, and good friend, but also a
Actually,
huge part of the Burnettwork family. So please do like and subscribe.
yeah, I'm getting a little bit of vibe of Streets of San Francisco. Have you ever seen that?
I like that, Darth Plato. Mm. Boy, these guys are working so hard. They don't get any time off.
Yeah, they just got off work and having a good time.
Michael Lito says, when I watch New York-based films, I'm always into the geography, as you know, from when we watched Tango Shalom. Yes, Mikey Lito, I do remember that. Certainly, it's something to think about, and I love these New York-based movies as well. Wonderful to see things like this.
Yeah, it's nice to hear people chime in about stuff like that because I've never been to New York. I don't know anything about New York. Intimately, I mean.
It's almost like he has a radar where he's trying to figure out what everybody's saying. He can't help himself. like a microphone or something. Yeah, Michael Lito
Oh,
says it
they're in
really
New York.
intrigues me when they get the geography wrong or the timing is completely off.
I can understand that.
Hmm.
Look at those hair.
I love the hair. I love the beehive wigs, the incredible wigs of that era. Um, it was so much fun, that 17th century wig styles that they had. I want to get one of those, Darth Plato. Oh, yes. Mike Lito says, like going from the Bronx to Coney Island in 10 minutes, it could be the best film in the world, but it blows, to use a word, verisimilitude. Yes. Yes, Mike Lito, I agree with that. We saw a lot of that in the Warriors, but I think I'm going to give the Warriors a pass for their train stops that, we know it takes an hour and a half, but it only took them 10 minutes. And Tom Jr. Jackson says, subscribe to my channel, Positive Fandom, guys.
Yes,
Thank
yeah,
you.
that's exactly what I'm.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Darth Plato.
It's comments like that Michael Lito is making that I appreciate because I have no point of reference for um, the Coney Island and its relation to anywhere else. So I have no idea. So I appreciate when people make that observation.
Yeah, thank you, Darth Plato, for mentioning that as well. Um, and yes, guys, please do subscribe to Positive Fandom. I do appreciate all of your support, and I appreciate you all as well, everybody out there.
Is this a stakeout?
I guess it is. I knew they weren't off the clock. It looked like it, but yeah, that's a good idea. Tom Jr. Jackson says, Mikey Lito, that might be a good idea for your channel. I know the filming locations in New York for the French Connection. I would watch that for sure, everybody. Yeah, they were worked all day, right, Darth Plato? And now they're working at night. These guys don't get any rest.
Okay, so this is actually in New York then. It's not France.
Well, this scene is
So
in
why were they
New York.
speaking French in the early part of the movie? Was that is
That's
there?
They were in another country in the beginning. There
Okay.
is a part in the film
Well,
where
they
they
could have
are.
been in the French Quarter.
Yeah, yeah. It should have said Marseille or something.
They could have
Maybe it did.
been
I
New
wasn't watching.
Orleans.
Yeah.
Look at the lights.
All right. And so Michaelita says he might do the taking of Pelham 123, which I watched yesterday and do have an idea for a remote. That sounds fantastic, Mikey Lito. The old Times Square. Yeah. Hey, they got that serious music on now. Ratners. And I do like that 1970s theme
It
music
was
as
like
well.
it's like a time capsule.
It is, isn't it? And it feels so good. Mikey Lita says, I do have lots of remote ideas, but I don't have the camera equipment or the budget for it as of yet. Alexander's. I haven't heard that department store mentioned in ages. I miss Alexander's.
Never heard of it. Well, there's some chain that you see in some part of the country, but you don't see it anywhere else.
Very true. And Michael Lito is talking about the original taking of Pelham 123 and not the remake. And thank you, Michael Lito, for clearing that up for us.
You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of that detective game you've been playing.
Oh, you mean of L.A. Noire?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I hadn't thought about that. Yeah. Mike Lita says, I used to go to the one in Queens all the time. Alexander's it is. I used to go to one in Valley Stream, which is not too far from Queens. I loved Alexander's, Mikey Lito, and I'm sure you did too. Tom Jr. Jackson talks about the original Pelham 123 with Jerry Stiller and Walter Matthau. And Brogu says every car had a big black V8. Yes, a big block V8. Yes, it did. They were all V8s, gas guzzlers, and they were very wide cars. Like the car was wide. It was amazing. Missed that time. So there's not just newspapers in those papers. Is that it?
It's like being right along with a cop.
Mm-hmm.
You have no idea what's going on. You're just waiting for the cop to do something. Newspapers.
So it's not just newspapers, right, Darth Plato?
No, I mean there used to be a place like that near me where you could where they had like gosh, I don't know, maybe 30, 40 different kinds of newspapers and every magazine you could imagine. There was a little hole in the wall place next door to the theater. I don't know if they have places like that anymore.
Oh, look, they're putting the package in it. Look, we can see it.
That's a nice looking place. What's that? What are the ruins?
I don't know. Broger says your whole family could sleep in the back seat of one of those cars, and that is very true. Does anybody know this location? Please do say what it is. I guess I could pull up the specs on it.
That's a legend right there.
Absolutely. And one of the classic lines from the film.
That has to be a landmark.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's an old fortress. Yeah, Henri Devereaux. Yeah, that's a French name for you.
Absolutely. Randall's Island. I know where that is. And Paul from Long Beach says, "You guys going to Wing Chun tonight? Bless you." And Action Com says, "A TCM tribute. Now you're talking." Absolutely, Action Com. Let us guys know your thoughts of this film. We are at 26 minutes in. Let us know your all the interesting parts of the film you enjoy. This is a William Friedkin tribute. TCM is doing the same thing tonight. So if you have TCM, you can watch the movie there as well. Let us know your thoughts and concerns, what you remember, what you love from this film. Guys, this is going to be followed by an additional watch party tonight of To Live and Die in LA.
You guys must be Vice.
Yeah, they're definitely undercover, right, Darth Plato?
I don't think you're supposed to do that.
No. There's probably a lot that we're witnessing that's not supposed to happen. So
I wonder how New York cops compare to LA cops at that time.
This is a very good question.
I've heard stories from people about what LA cops were like in the late '70s, early '80s, and they're pretty hardcore. You had a feeling that's what they were doing.
Hmm. And Action Com says William Friedkin was the innovator. All the rest were imitators. And guys, don't forget is this tonight, Tom? Uh, at midnight, which is I guess tomorrow morning, um, for an all new observations after this watch party, which is going to be on for most of the night. Um, and Brogu says harassment at its
Yeah,
finest, but it's his connection. What were you going to say,
I
Darth
don't know,
Plato?
Michael. I don't know about that.
Oh yes, I doubt there's much difference. That was his informant. I love it.
Yeah, I like to see how he treats his enemies. Here you go, Tom.
I've never heard anybody say Mayor Lindsay was the sexiest. I've never heard that before. I might have to check out his what he looks like. They're bringing me my car, Darth Plato. That's mine, right off of the container ship. The Continental, right? Maybe not. But
And there's lots of them talk.
thank you so much, Brogu. I like a little elbow room in my cars. And Action Com says, I wonder how many Hollywood celebrities would fall for a stunt like this, using their car as a drug deal. Yes.
I care to admit. Mm-hmm. What the heck?
Yeah, that's weird.
Put on your pants while sitting in bed. I didn't know you could do that.
He's in a recliner. He's not even in a bed.
5 auto graveyards. Do they still have that?
I don't know.
There's got to be way more cars in New York now than there was in the 70s.
Yeah, there is, and it's bad. They're looking for a very specific
Yeah,
car. What were
yeah,
you
I went
saying,
by my
Darcy?
old neighborhood once a while back, and there was hardly any cars on the street back when I was a kid. The only cars were there were in the driveway, and there was very few cars were actually on the street itself. And I went by
Hmm.
there a few years ago just to see how much it changed. And there was a car parked literally bumper to bumper the entire length of the street on both sides, and I couldn't you couldn't see it. It was you couldn't, I just couldn't believe how many cars there were. And that's not just a suburban neighborhood. I can't imagine what it's like in a place like New York.
Yeah, and Broker's looking for a '67 Mustang there on that used car lot, the auction, the auto auction.
When they get to the Duesenbergs, let me know.
Well, ActionCom says it's so bad that if you hit your brakes at the wrong time in New York, you'll cause a pileup, and that is very, very true. They're laughing at the wiretaps. And Mike Alito says, I lived in Washington Heights in the '70s, and you couldn't find a legal place to park even then. Yeah, it was hard. Parking in New York has always been a challenge, but it's almost impossible nowadays, isn't it? We're about 40 minutes into the film. It goes by fast, everybody. Ooh, it's back. He knows he's being followed. They've got the whole team on this one. And ActionCom says the rumor was that the real life of Scherer was a former resistance fighter and a new anti-surveillance techniques. I knew nothing about that, ActionCom, but thank you for letting us know. He's got a lot of New York sounds, you know, the traffic Darth Plato in this film.
I appreciate you saying that. I wouldn't have been able to make that difference, but on the other hand, I'm not exactly listening to a sound either.
Snails delicious. I think it was also French onion soup Brogu. But yes, and I know Brogu you'd like that, and so would your brother Grogu. And thank you, Agent Silver Fox. Hi, Agent Silver Fox. So good to see you tonight for a £9.99 super chat. Thank you so much for doing that. I know it's super late where you are. It says checking in to give my support. Love this movie. Bedtime for me now. LOL. Yes, Agent Silver Fox. Such a pleasure to see you. Great meeting you just this past April when I was in London and during Star Wars Celebration. Such a pleasure to you. Hope you and your family are well. And we so appreciate this super chat and support for the French Connection and films like this. Friedkin was a genius. And thank you again for the generous super chat. You enjoy your rest tonight.
Love the name Agent Silverfox.
Yeah. Now they are really spending so much time trying to do this surveillance job. We're about halfway through the film of the French Connection, everybody.
We're halfway through.
Yeah, of just about. Yeah.
So basically, Pearl Harbor was longer than this and the next movie combined.
Yes. I don't, but I don't think anybody does, but um, everybody had a TV guide. I miss TV guide.
I used to buy that every week.
Hmm.
The TV Guide, like, I mean, that's like TV Guide nowadays is like 8 tracks.
And Brogu is making me laugh. They need cell phones. It would make their job a whole lot easier. Well, they have radios, and those radios were pretty good. And Action Comp says, think about what the camera had to go through. Is that true, Mikey Lito? A Disney film? Is it? A lot of handheld shots. Yes, absolutely action calm. Yes, through the 21 CF acquisition. Thank you. Disney owns 20th Century Fox. Thank you guys for letting me know. And ActionCom says the police chief is the real life Popeye Doyle. I didn't know that. Yes, we understood what you were saying, ActionCom. I didn't know he was the real life Popeye Doyle. Thank you so much for letting us know.
Pretty colorful name. Wow, look at that payphone, a real life payphone.
Good old Grand Central Station.
I can't remember the last time I saw a payphone. Same to you, buddy. That's a pretty neat trick. You see what he did there?
Mm-hmm. Let's see if he's being followed.
Uh, now you threw something in the trash that could be evidence. So his the cop's instinct was to reach for the trash, but he couldn't get off the train. That was pretty good thinking there.
It was, and of course, this is the subway part that I'm assuming. Oh, Eastern Airlines. I haven't seen that in a while. This is the subway part that Mike Alito was talking about. Action Com says Papa Doyle went on to a small but interesting acting career, even worked with William Shatner and T.J. Hooker. And Broger says he's got a candied apple. Used to eat those as a kid. Yeah, yeah, it was great what you could get there. Now we're in Washington all of a sudden. Must have taken the shuttle to Washington.
You filmed it illegally. That's my kind of guy.
Mike Alito says
You have to have
Friedkin.
like a permit for everything now.
Yes, that is very true. Mike Alito says Friedkin filmed the subway chase illegally through the streets of Gravesend and Bensonhurst, Brooklyn. Thank you, Mike Alito, for that fantastic bit of information. And ActionCom says the agent following Boca is Popeye Doyle's real life partner, Cloudy. Mike Alito says no official coverage, 26 blocks without stopping for traffic lights.
So this is DC.
Yeah, right now they are in DC, yes.
Yeah, so this is they're getting pretty close to the point where they're gonna. Yeah, that's still a few years off. Yeah, so it's almost election time. The Nixon McGovern campaign. Yikes.
Yep, that is an Eastern Airlines flight. Hello, Aaron Johnson. Aaron Johnson says in a 2008 interview, Hackman explains about a scene in the film where he's chasing a drug pusher, and Hackman was not in a tough guy mindset, unlike other actors. He was wearing a Santa suit. Yes. Joshua Gonzalez says, I watched my DVD of French Connection yesterday in order to check if I have the unedited version. Oh. I wonder what the difference is between the two. Ooh, wow, they don't look good at all. The shuttle, right, Mikey Lito? From New York to Washington. Either that shuttle or the shuttle at Times Square.
Yikes.
That's an awful. Yeah, it's insane, Tom. That's an awful accident.
Yeah, that's a poor display there.
Well, that ended quickly. Oh my God. Oh, That's right, Mike Alito. It was the Eastern Shuttle. Days when airplanes had lounges. And they also had real cutlery. And I was around to see that with cloth napkins. It's a great time. So Joshua Gonzalez, you're talking about that edited version, right, Joshua? Roughly 9 minutes and 42 seconds, they now skip a dialogue between Schneider and Hackman and immediately take you to the precinct. Well, the version we saw it all, at least the version I have. It's all there. Don't know why they feel they'd have to edit it. That guy hates trees. Stay away from the trees. No, you didn't have to take your shoes off. Man, I haven't run up steps like that in ages to catch a train. Now I'm like, if a train's coming, I'm like, let it go. We'll get the next one.
For the cop season.
Mm-hmm. He's not going to make it.
Yeah, just
Well,
get out
maybe
of
he
the way.
could. Maybe a man could run it, but
I'm not gonna get it back. Never stop your car like that.
you don't see that every day. And Action Com says, I do question whether an ankle holster is a good place for a gun. That's a good point.
Man, getting kind of gnarly now.
No, I hated that part. That always bothered me that he did that. No, ActionCom, you don't see police take cars from people anymore in movies. They don't requisition vehicles. It's just not the norm anymore.
I can't remember the last time I saw that in a movie.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Lethal Weapon 4.
And Brogu says Pontiac GTO or Lemons, not sure. ActionCom says the last time I saw it was in Die Hard with a Vengeance. This guy's requisitioning the whole plane. No, excuse me, train. Goodness gracious. That is very ballsy.
Yeah, the train's not even gonna stop. You know.
Well,
How do
maybe
they
they
get?
won't stop at the station.
How do they get on the train?
It'll just go to the next stop. It does happen.
Okay, yeah, I see what's going on now. Well, they're gonna hit the end of the line sooner or later.
Hmm. They know something's wrong.
Yikes! Yeah, this guy's gonna get deep six driving like that. Yikes! Did they get a permit for this scene? They look. This doesn't look safe. Yikes!
It's not the kind of car that you can stop quickly. Oh, if I was a conductor, I'd have people go to the back of the train.
Whoa! What? I guess they didn't have airbags in those days.
No, they didn't. Oh my God, did he hurt that conductor? And 200 watts video says nope. Wow, he's really driving this car.
Whoa!
Frank, yeah, he didn't have a freaking didn't have a permit for that scene. Thank you, 200 watt studio. Oh, oh my God. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys. It was shot illegally, as Michael Lito said. Oh no.
I haven't seen a shootout on the subway since Collateral. Yeah, yeah, they at the end of the line, didn't they?
I don't know. Was there a cord in the train back then, Mikey Lito? Someone has to pull the cord.
The the BART doesn't have a connection like that, but I don't know about New York trains.
Mm-hmm. We
Oh,
said the motor man had a heart attack.
oh, is that what happened? Oh, okay.
And Michael Lee says, yes, there is a cord, but I don't. I think people would have been scared to pull it when they're going so fast. Alexander Dukas, hey Alex, says the sequel is
I
good.
see. Yeah,
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Darth Plato.
nothing, man. I was just gonna correct what I said. That's fine.
Alexander Dukas, hi, says the sequel is good except for the part where he's being held captive. I think that needed to be a little bit more Midnight Expressy. The emergency cord, yeah, yeah, that's what I was thinking, Mikey Lido, because as soon as the police officer was injured, someone would have pulled that cord.
Yeah, yeah.
Michaelito, you were right. This is some great scenes. Oh my gosh.
Shot that dude in the back.
Hey, Outcast Creative. How are you, Lance? Good to see you. Lance says, just got off a 2-hour phone call. This is two of my favorite films and such good performances, script and filmmaking. Masterclass in filmmaking. Absolutely, Lance. And
How you doing, Lance?
Action Com says it wasn't until 1987 when the Supreme Court ruled it was illegal to shoot a fleeing suspect. Thank you so much, Action Com.
Oh yeah. There was a big news story in the early '90s about a kid getting shot in the back that was fleeing from a
Mm-hmm.
cop. Yeah, they were making a big story about it because he was running away and the kid was black, and they wouldn't release the identity of the cop. And they went on for days. And when they finally did release the identity of the cop, and turned out the cop was black, the whole story went away.
And Mikey Lito is advising us. As a rule, New Yorkers wouldn't pull an emergency cord because the whole car, passengers, would come down on the head of whoever did it. Yeah, they would be upset. Yes, I am hungry. I still have the rest of my food to eat. I'm not finished. I had my 2 chicken tenders and my coleslaw, and it was delicious. Broker says, where are the cops at? They did this chase scene without permission? Yes. If I drive down the street to get an ice cream cone, I see at least 3 cops, and they're looking at me like I did something. I love you, Broker. And Alexander Ducas's physical media. Absolutely, Alexander. We're in at 1 hour and 19 minutes, guys. Yeah, you gotta love it, Burger. It's Brooklyn. 1970s Brooklyn. 200 watts a year says this is about how singularly obsessed Doyle was. He was reckless, and we love that reckless nature of chasing and getting that person no matter what the cost. It certainly was an experience to watch on film. It looks great, right, guys? Alexander says what's interesting is that Doyle is and both is and isn't a racist all at once. Hmm. Wonder Watt Studio says this is going to sound fake, but Popeye's chicken is is named after this. um, thank you, Alexander. Ducassi says there's just this machismo about 1970s guys movies that can't be replicated. Absolutely, Alexander Ducas, the Seven Ups, all that good stuff. I just love it, and I love watching gritty, dirty New York 1970s in all its splendor. And guys, make sure you check out the Outcast Creative YouTube channel.
I remember.
And Mikey Lito points out that in watching this film and the taking of Pelham 123, there are scenes where the language used wouldn't be allowed in studios today, which is unfortunate. And of course, that's the parts that Jonathan was talking about that were removed from the edited version. Jonathan says he watched it yesterday, and he wanted to see if his copy had the edited. Joshua watched it. That's that 9 minutes and 42 seconds where they skip a dialogue between Schneider and Hackman and immediately take you to the precinct, guys. Yes, Pelham, the original Pelham 123 is so good. And Alexander says, yep. 200 Watt Studio says, after several months of lackluster performance, he reopens the restaurant as Popeye's after Popeye Doyle of the French Connection. Guys, we are nearly at the end of this film, which has been just so wonderful.
They're taking everything apart.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be funny if they go through all that trouble to find nothing.
I can't imagine trying to strip a car from that era because there was like the car had so many parts and somewhat really strong parts connected to it. Mike Alito says the film was good and the book it was based on was also good. And Action Com says that car sticks out like a sore thumb in that neighborhood. Lance says platforms are always editing stuff out of films. I spotted it when watching Heat so quickly. Put the Blu-ray on instead. Broga says, I just love these old cars. They are built like a tank. You get into an accident with one of them, and your next of kin will just hose off the blood from the dashboard and sell it the next day. What's happening here is the French criminals are dropping off the car for American criminals to pick up. Absolutely. Absolutely, guys. That's why they were at that auction, I guess, trying to pick up the right car with whatever they wanted inside of it. Doing a smuggling operation, right? It's a little smuggling or interdiction of this. 200 Watts Studio says French Connection, Bullet, I love Bullet, and the 7-Ups, which I mentioned earlier, all had car chases with the same stunt driver. I didn't know that, 200 Watts Studio. Thank you for letting us know that. I'd love to do a watch party of the 7-Ups as well one of these days, and perhaps Bullet, of course, starring Steve McQueen, right, guys? All classic ones. The 7-Ups I haven't seen in ages, so it's going to be like watching it again for the first time, just like the first thing. So, oh gosh, it's so good. Wow, can you believe it, Darth Plato? We only have like about 10 minutes left of this film. Mike Alito says the cars from the 70s were easy to work on yourself. I had a 73 Plymouth that I used to service myself, and I'm not a car guy. The French actor Death Row seals his fate by going down the pickup. I'm hoping I'm reading this right. Pick up the car. They can't deny any association with it, right? Of course. I love it, guys. Wow, that's a heavy car. Yes, Bullet did have one of the best car chases in movie history. And of course, that was in San Francisco, right, Darth Plato?
It was.
Wasn't it? Wasn't Bullet in San Francisco? Or am I incorrect?
Hmm. I've never seen the movie.
Oh, well, we got to watch it one of these days. The French actor Duvereau has his feet sealed by going down. Has his fate sealed by going down to get the. Yes, I read that. I'm sorry. J.A. says original Pelham was great,
And by a
but
movie chase, I hope you mean a real chase.
yeah. And original Pelham was great, but can't knock the remake because I was in it. What? Was even the recipient of a slap. Oh my goodness gracious. On the butt from the late Tony Scott, but can't top the first version. Wow. Thank you, J.A. And Mikey Lito says, just wait until you see the car chase. Yes, I can't wait, Mikey Lito.
Well, I hope it's a real car chase, not the kind of car chases we see in Fast and Furious movies.
Well, I know what the Bullet one looks like, but I know Steve Marvin, is it Steve Marvin, is in the 7-Ups, and I DVR'd it on Turner Classics because I wanted to watch it because it reminded me of my dad. So I can't wait. Lee Marvin is in it, and I think he is. And I just like these 1970s cop movies. So we'll have to do a 200 watt studio. We're going to do a 7-Ups watch party for sure, and certainly we'll reach out to you. Oh goodness. Dark Knight 1998 says Pelham 123 was filmed at my job. Oh. And we also have Alexander. Hi, Alexander. Again, by the way, there's actual 3 Blu-ray versions of this. Color softened his visions, color enhanced, fixed. Also, his version after fans flipped out over cop crap color, and then the censored POS. Okay. And earlier unless it releases 4K, I need to sit down and watch it. Best car chase ever was in Batman 2022.
Nah, I disagree with that.
Alexander Dukas says, indeed, the only unedited version is the signature edition Blu-ray, and I'm sure that's what I'm watching. Because I heard some language in there that I don't mind hearing, but I'm sure others wouldn't like it. Lance says McQueen insisted on driving the car for most of the shots. Yeah, I love how he drives. I like Steve McQueen too. Oh, it's real, all right. It was so real that Matt Reeves lifted it and used it in the Batman. And Alexander says, I think the 2007 and earlier versions were still good. Criterion were the betrayers. Criterion. Not as perfect as the PC-fied version. Yeah, I know. I don't like the politically correct version, guys. Censored. Yes, of course. Mm-hmm. Guys, we have a few minutes left of this film. Can't believe how fast it went by. And so 200 Watt Studio says you need the uncensored version because it is play to his character. I don't know if I understand what that means, but thank you so much, 200 Watt Studio. Connection comes as a chemist. The criminals were always cracks me up. Yeah, Mikey Ludo. The reality is still people talk like this today. Yes, they do. And even African Americans use the same language. So it's kind of ridiculous on one hand and sad on another. Yeah, it is kind of sad. $200 says Doyle is not a good guy, but he is a good cop.
Yeah, I wish somebody put that in my car.
ActionCom says the junker will be the mule for the money back to France. Exactly. And it is smuggling. It's a smuggling operation.
I didn't know you could go that fast in reverse.
That's definitely Randall's Island, isn't it? Is this Randall's Island? I wonder. Hi, sweetie. Saw you on the train last week. I love that crazy backwards driving. But where's he gonna go? He's on Randall's Island. He has to take take a thing off. He has to use the either a bridge or something to get out of there. I'll take your word for it. Man.
A lot of disuse.
RM's got your car. Darn it! The only car I had. I love it. Thank you, JA. It is Randall's Island. Yeah. Now they have events on Randall's Island quite frequently now. They've kind of tried to make it a place to go to, but it does take a long time to get there. That's the only downside of Randall's Island. I grew up in Queens, JA, and I live in Long Beach, New York now, which is just outside of Queens. So
Really, they're gonna have a gunfight? Surely
uh,
they must know they can. They couldn't possibly win this.
yeah, they can't. It's insane.
When they have nowhere to go, they're not getting reinforcements. All they have to do is say, "Yo, we got every cop in New York coming." Ooh, look at that! Bam. Of course, they have to say frog.
William said that he wanted this film to feel like just one chapter in the drug war. That's why it ended the way it did. And it is just one ongoing chapter of what would become an endless situation, especially in New York. I don't know how much time CBP spends on interdiction and how much time the, let's say, the police departments spend on interdiction, on drug interdiction, but it's a lot. Uh,
Yikes!
it's so good. So Joel Weinstock was indicted by a grand jury. The case was dismissed because of evidence. Angie Boca, guilty of a misdemeanor, sentence suspended. Lou Boca, guilty of conspiracy and possession of narcotics, sentence reduced. Henri Dervaux, guilty of conspiracy, sentenced to 4 years in the pen. Elaine Charnier was never caught and believed to be living in France. Detectives Doyle and Russo were transferred out of the Narcotics Bureau and reassigned. Hope you enjoyed this foray into dirty, gritty 1970s New York. All right, Darth Plato, what
Yo,
did you
yo.
think of this film?
I think this is one of the better cop movies I've ever seen. I'm glad I watched it. It's it's like an old fashioned. It's not like one of these modern day phony plots with like sitcom style plots. It's just old fashioned crime drama. I love it.
Yeah, it is a thing of beauty, isn't it? As my mother says, a thing of beauty is a joy forever. And certainly this film is, as Tom Jr. Jackson would say, such an iconic film. Um, Action Com says the idea was most of the top guys got away with it, but the lower level guys paid the price. Yes, Action Com. Mikey Lito says Riggs and Murtaugh, another favorite of mine. They filmed a lot of the first and fourth Lethal Weapons in Long Beach, California, including a completely fake 76 patrol station. Yeah, I loved that film as well. And he said petrol for Lance. Honestly, I love this film. I love the way it's just a slice of New York and the crime and what the police, or let's say the vice guys, were up against. And during that time period, it's so incredible. Aaron Johnson says Roy Schneider's buddy Russo in this film predates Brody and Jaws. Both Russo and Brody are great characters. Absolutely. Aaron Johnson. And I love Schneider. He's in another film where someone tries to kill him and he puts his hand in front of his face, and the guy has that thing that's going to cut him. I don't remember the name of that film, but I think you guys know the one I'm talking about. And I love how he's in that. Maybe that's the sequel one that you guys don't like. I don't know. But the point is, I thought you guys would, we should take another look at the French Connection. Certainly, this is a film that has so many fantastic parts in it. I just love it. I love the filming of it. The Streets of New York is a character in itself, but it just captures that 1970s feel of a cop. Just he has to get whoever is responsible, and he's going to do whatever it takes to get that person, as you all have said before. I just love it. And thank you, everybody who joined us for the French Connection. But we're not done. Guys, we are not done with our watch party. Do you know why? Because this is the first half of the part one, William Friedkin Turner Classic Movies tribute, part one. This is just the first half, the French Connection, the film made by Friedkin, which I absolutely adore and just absolutely love. Everybody's here's comments and thoughts. Guys, you know what we are going to be looking at is to live and die in LA. I'm going to change the background really quick. Um, yes, and next, the unofficial film of the Post-Geek Singularity. It is absolutely the unofficial film of Post-Geek Singularity, To Live and Die in LA. I'm just going to switch it. I'm just going to press the background. Will it change it? Aha! Was that cool, Darth Plato, or what? I just did it just so quickly, guys. Did you notice that it changed from the French Connection to Live and Die in LA, as Mikey Lito says, the unofficial, um, the unofficial. Oh boy, I'm pressing the wrong button. Um, as Mikey Lito says, why can't I see it? It's going slower. It's going slower, guys. My computer has a little thing here. And next, the unofficial film of the Post-Geek Singularity, To Live and Die in LA, which apparently is on 4K, right, guys? That is the running joke, if I remember hearing. Guys, we are going to be watching the second film by William Friedkin here, at least from the pick out of the four total films that we're going to be looking at tonight. The second film will be To Live and Die in LA. Darth Plato, would you recommend the French Connection to other people to watch? And have you seen To Live and Die in LA?
I have not seen To Live and Die in LA.
Okay.
I would definitely recommend French Connection.
Okay. Yeah. I think the French Connection has that great feel that you guys mentioned with Bullet and the 7-Ups, taking of Pelham 1, 2, 3. Brogu says, why is it not showing it? It's my computer is not functioning. When men were men. They definitely had their faults, but you knew where they stood on things. Absolutely. And we also have Tom who says, why Rob is not here for the next one? Because it could be great commentary. Yeah, it could be great commentary. I did not, well, he knows about it, but I did not send him an invite. But I guess if he wants to come on, he can come on. So he can ping me or hit me up if he wants to come on. He knows
Yeah,
that he can.
he'd be bumping me, that's for sure.
No, you'd still be here.
There's nothing I could possibly contribute to that discussion.
Well, that's okay. Not everybody would have seen the film, and we know that's the case, and we're certainly not going to.
Yeah,
Um,
I've heard about this movie. I've been meaning to watch this movie, but I never got around to it till now.
well, guys, for those of you who are here and are part of this watch party, who are watching along with us at home, um, you probably would have to watch off of physical media because I don't believe that this film is readily available anywhere. So, guys, break out those 4K versions of To Live and Die in LA, which I happen to know for a fact, according to Tom Jr. Jackson and according to Mikey Lito, is available on 4K now at Kino Lorber.
What is
Why is
what is
I'm sorry,
what's the word Lorber from?
Kino Lorber? It's a
Well, I
vendor.
know the word. Yeah, I know Kino is I think it's the Russian word for cinema, but I don't know
Okay.
Lorber.
Well, the name of the company is called Kino Lorber, so I'm just assuming that's the vendor's name. And why is it not showing? Is it showing on yours? It's like it's not. I can't seem to pull up my comments. Well, it is not. Let me just see something. Let me stop sharing that for a second. Is that working? Um, it's. I can't see it in the background. Is it popping up properly, guys? Oh, so Mikey Lito says, I am watching you for the first time tonight on my brand new Kino Lorber 4K release. And Mikey Lito also goes to show, yeah, I can't seem to pull it up. You can comment about the car chase, Darth Leto. And Brogu says he has his already. It's very, very slow. I guess StreamYard is saying enough, RM. 2 hours is long. And now you want to go for 4? Yes, we're going for 4. And also, Brogu says To Live and Die in LA has a great car chase. I can't seem to pull it up on the screen. It's so confusing, guys. And I cannot explain it. But guys, yes, we are going to be starting tonight for the second half of the watch party, To Live and Die in LA. I can't wait to see this film. I haven't watched it in years. I really hope you like this film, Darth Leto. And once again, oh, thank you. Tom Jr. Jackson says Lauber means laurel in German. Thank you so
Right.
much.
So it's literally saying theater Laurel. That's what it's literally saying.
Yes, perhaps, but it could be an idiomatic expression and means something quite different. So just keep that in mind. But thank you for the translation. And I also wanted to say, I'm so excited to be watching this. I have to close my back door because it's just too, it's dark out there. So I have the timer. I'm adding it back in here so that we can see the timer. It's a count up timer. And it says 25 seconds. It should appear on the screen in a second. I don't see it yet. It's it must be my internet must be very slow. But you can see it. It's right down there somewhere. If I point down that way, you'll see a little thing that says 25 seconds.
You're at 25?
Yeah. Well, tell me where you want to start, Darth Plato, because I'm at literally 25 seconds into the film, just waiting for you to get to that 25 second spot.
Yeah, I'm almost there.
Okay. And guys, this is a film made in the 80s that you could tell. It's an 80s film, and I love 80s films. LA in the 80s. Oh, yeah, that is great. All right, you guys are ready for this. I am ready for this. I'm having trouble bringing up the comments. This is too weird. The whole point of this is so I can bring up the comments for everybody to enjoy. Um, Brogu, yes, it has a good car chase. It finally popped up. Brogu also says that it has a great 80s feel to the movie and the music is great. Yes, I agree. I don't know why it's taking so long for those to pop up. This is absolutely killing me. Um, so let me just see this here. Maybe I could close out some of the stuff. And are you ready, Darth Plato, to hit go?
Yeah, I'm at 25.
Okay, excellent. Okay, guys, so without any further ado, we are going to start the second half of the watch party to Live and Die in LA. Pay attention to the counter down there. Um, wow, okay, great 80s music. Okay. And it's still not doing the way it's supposed to pop up, but I will deal with this. I will still read your comments, even if they might not show on the screen. Okay, guys? So without any further ado, we're going to start the counter at 3, 2, 1. Press play.
14, 10 hours, that's 210. Nice little motorcade there.
Yes. And Michaelito says this theme song Freakin' didn't want until he heard it. And Alexander says we've got to watch the 4K The Way We Were, The Abyss, and Aliens. Yes, we probably should. Cruisin' too. Well, yeah. I thought Cruisin' might be a little too mature for let's see if I should do that one on this channel. Absolutely Reaganomics people in the background.
It's a little more involved than that, but yeah, that's basically part of it. Taxation without representation. This got started quick.
It did.
Yeah, they have better communication than they did in the French Connection now.
Yes, well, you're right about that.
Mm. Yep. A little bit of a lethal weapon there.
I had to close my back door. Sorry. You were saying it was like Lethal Weapon, Darth Plato?
Hmm?
You
Yeah,
said it
it,
was.
it it has a lethal weapon vibe.
All right, I can't pull up anything. Um, yes, Imram Jabbar says Freakin' the Legend. Yes. And Mikey Lito says he's down for the Abyss and Aliens. Alexander Dukas also says boys in the band. And Brogan says, I think they had cell phones in this movie.
Robert Downey's in this.
Yes, guys, whichever channel you're watching, please like and subscribe either to Positive Fandom or to the Burnettwork. And guys, there is a observations coming up right after this watch party finishes. So please do check that out as well. Grogu
Oh,
says that
there
the
is.
movie also has a very Miami Vice vibe to it.
Yeah, we got another triple feature. Now, it's referring to the line where the guy said, "I'm getting too old for this stuff." That,
Oh, yeah.
that literally the weapon.
And Alex, you take care of yourself. Good seeing you tonight. You take care, and we'll see you the next time.
You're not that's not old. Come on, guys. If Parmenion can lead the Macedonian phalanx at the age of 70, you can be a cop at 45. We got ourselves a modern artist here. Whoa.
did they start bungee jumping, Darth Plato? Do you know?
Hmm? I don't remember I don't remember bungee jumping before the 90s.
And Mikey Lito says this is the Vincent Thomas Bridge, the only suspension
See, they
bridge
have a bungee tower.
in the Los Angeles area between San Pedro, Los Angeles Harbor, and Long Beach.
What the heck? Michaelita's a New York guy and an LA guy.
He lived in California for a while, so yeah, he's lucky. He's done both coasts. You lucky man, you.
1970. Interesting. Yeah, I don't remember bungee jumping prior to the 90s. That's probably because I didn't see it until it was around here where I am.
And Tantra Jackson says bungee jumping started April 1st, 1979. It was first done in Bristol, England. Thank you, Tom. It's like the Popeil Pocket Fisherman, or maybe not. And Mike Alito says Long Beach, California is home. Long Island is just a way station.
Yeah, the thing about being partners is that the caveat is they're never even partners.
Yeah.
How come you get the most loot? Because I'm the leader of the game. Well, how come you're the leader of the game? Because I have the most loot.
And Mike Alito, I do understand how you feel about that. And now we're getting down to the nitty gritty of the film. And guys, if you are just joining us, we are on the second half of the TCM Friedkin tribute, part one watch party, watching To Live and Die in LA. We are at 13 minutes. You can see the counter right there. Join us. Let us know your comments and thoughts in the chat, and our observations coming up after that. Mike Lito says, I had double deck. I had to double check, but that bridge was also the bridge where Tony Scott committed suicide in 2012. Now, I don't know who Tony Scott is.
Yeah, I'm not making a connection either.
He was an English film director and producer. It says he made his theatrical film debut with The Hunger and went on to direct successful action thrillers such as Top Gun, Beverly Hills Cop, Days of Thunder, The Last Boy Scout, Crimson Tide, Enemy of the State, Man on Fire, Deja Vu, and Unstoppable.
Have you ever handled counterfeit money?
No, I haven't. Have you?
I worked at a retail, and I went to work one day. I was in the management, and the guy said we got hit by a counterfeiter. We bought $700 worth of stuff, and the hundreds were all counterfeit. They didn't. He didn't know until they went to the bank. The bank said, "No, these are counterfeits." We didn't know, and he was had them out on the table, and I was looking at him. I was holding them. I couldn't tell the difference. He had he said you had to hold it up, and use a certain marker and mark on it and hold it up. And that's how you knew it was a counterfeit. Okay, I didn't know that.
Hmm,
and, but hold it in the hand didn't look any different from a regular 100.
interesting.
But the people at the bank caught it right away.
I think it's maybe 1,000 times more difficult to be a counterfeiter now because of the machines that we have that can detect counterfeits so well.
Yeah, I don't doubt it.
And Tom Jr. Jackson says it's Ridley Scott's brother. And as I said, I've read so
Didn't
many
they? I'm
of
sorry.
the that's okay. So many of the movies he'd been in, and excuse me, that he directed. Poor fellow. Hey, Blazing Asian, how are you tonight? Now, what were you going to say, Darth Plato? I interrupted you. I'm sorry.
It kind of reminds me of Breaking Bad, where he was where they're putting the money in the dryer.
Hey, how are you tonight? Hope you are well. Yeah, my StreamYard's acting funny with the me putting the comments in, which I like to do all the time, and I can't seem to do that tonight properly. And Mike Alito says there are no original stories, everything is derivative. December 22nd, 8 o'clock.
Derivative of what? The stories have to come from somewhere.
Look, we've seen a lot of these boulders in the Mandalorian.
You want original stories, Mikey? Just hang on a little while. I'll get to it. Whoa. Whoa.
Oh my god. December 24th, 3:30.
It's 3:31. Yeah, 3:31 Zulu time.
Well, that was 8 o'clock. They were there before. Now it's 3 o'clock. Maybe not even the same day. I don't remember, but they're way late.
They don't have bolt cutters.
I thought he just used some. Hey, Luminara. Hi. How are you, Luminara? I can't pull up your comment like I normally can, but good to see you, Luminara. Queen of Figure Flex Friday. Sure hope you are well tonight. This is the second half of our watch party, a TCM tribute to Friedkin. We're watching To Live and Die in LA. We just started it about 20 minutes ago.
Welcome,
Hey,
Luminara.
it did show. I'm so glad. And let us know your thoughts and comments about this film. Is this one of your favorites? Let us know what your thoughts are. Do you own this in 4K? And Tom is going to be seeing A Haunting in Venice tomorrow afternoon. That is great. And of course, Mikey Ludo says, of course I own this in 4K.
Of course.
Uh-oh, I see blood dropping out of that dumpster. That's so awful. And Blazing Asian says, I saw this movie way back when. William Peterson is such an underrated actor. He played a good Will Graham in Manhunter. Yes. And Mikey Lito says it looks like Malibu. All right, so John Turturro is also in this film. and I'm a huge fan of his.
45 for a one-way ticket. How much is there one way for LA to San Francisco now?
100 maybe?
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever flown from LA to San Francisco. I've flown from LA to San Diego, but not to San Francisco ever. Well, thank you, Mikey Lito. And Mikey Lito says that there was a shuttle out there at that time, and it makes sense that there would be a shuttle. Then PSA is Pacific South. What airline is that? I don't remember, Mikey Lito. What airline is PSA? Yes, she did say $45 for a one way, but that was just going to um, a short distance. Yes. I know the shuttle, Mikey Lito, from New York to Washington was $100 each way. I'm pretty sure it was.
Yeah, they're definitely out there.
I don't even want to see this. Oh, it is him.
Secret Service.
Mikey Lito says, speaking of shooting things you're not supposed to do, the airport was not happy that Peterson ran on the shell of the People Mover. Oh,
The Secret Service deals with counterfeiting? I thought that would be like an FBI thing.
I don't know. I don't know who gets assigned what.
Now, the Secret Service isn't under the Department of Justice or the Attorney General. It's part of the Treasury Department. Yeah, okay. So I guess I could see that. Yeah, there's kind of counterfeiting would be the interest of the Treasury. I can see that.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, you just keep putting your makeup on and just look the other way. You don't make too big of a deal of it.
Yeah, U.S. Treasury. Yeah, that's
Yeah, I think Wang Chung did do the music for this film, Grogu. I think they did the soundtrack.
Right, they just leave the door wide open.
The order of operations.
600. Oh, whoa.
You didn't see that coming?
Yikes. Yikes. Max Waxman. That's an interesting name.
Yeah. Hey, those are mine. RM. Just kidding. Just kidding.
Are you saying you're the one they're looking for?
Yes.
Mind blown.
That is so true, Mikey Lito. Uh, I do love this part. Those love scenes are never long enough, are they?
Give me the dough.
Not the bridge from before.
What would you do? I believe they call that leverage. You're kind
Why are you running? Because you're chasing me.
like, it looks like he's wearing a Leatherman jacket.
we're just about halfway through the film of To Live and Die in LA. Thank you, everybody who is here. Guys, let me know what your favorite parts of the movie are. Um, some of your favorite scenes. You guys already saw my favorite part, which is the love scene. Um,
Did I miss that?
did you miss the love scene? You didn't see it?
Wait, wasn't that guy an American Ninja?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, that black dude's pretty buff. I've seen him before in action movies.
He's been in a lot of films.
Yeah, he was in American Ninja.
Mhm. And thank you, Mike Lolito, who says it's Steve James. And of course, I know him from one of the first action films I ever saw, if you want to call it action film, The Exterminator. Yes, I'm sure Russ knows every single film he's been in.
What is that, Steve James?
Yes.
Yeah. Any relation to Rick James?
I don't know. And Brogu says the car chase will be my favorite, unlike Arden's favorite scene. Fair enough.
What is it, high school?
High school.
Or the
I
way
don't know.
everybody's standing? No, I mean the way everybody's standing around.
I guess they knew a fight was gonna.
Okay, yeah. That's not high school. I guess it could be in LA.
Thank you, Mikey Lito. And the confession from Grogu. I love it, Grogu. I'm lying. I like the love scene too. It's never long enough though. And I mean the love scene that I'm talking about. Never long enough.
Love.
Oops.
That's the dude.
Michaelito says the cast in this film is kind of amazing, all mostly unknown at the time the film was released.
Whoa. Mm.
Talk about letting your guard down. Was he doing this in between Quantum Leap? I don't know. And Mike Alito says he's like the LAPD version of Ralph Cramden. Yeah, I know he's secrets. Oh, come on. Haven't you ever been in a locker room, Brogu? It can't be all that bad.
I don't know. Spent some time in a locker room in school. You get pretty used to it.
Thank you, Mikey Lito. I mean, they would I've seen other like saunas where they don't use towels. They put a towel to sit on sometimes, but you don't put it on you. You're just, flying free is the word I would use. Agreed, Mikey Lito. I think it would have been verisimilitude if they had just let it all hang free.
Well, what's Magic Mike just for a Bogu?
I've been in some places where the whole family goes in and there nobody's wearing anything. So it is very different depending upon what culture you're in, what is accepted and what isn't. But I have been in places where the whole family is in there and
Yeah,
no one is wearing anything. Were
I
you
have
guys?
family members. I have family members that are like that.
Hmm.
They
No one
yeah
had any.
they'll literally just walk into the room with no clothes on, like it's no big deal.
Well, I mean, in a sauna situation, like where it's a communal sauna, so everybody is going in. But yeah, wow, Darfledo. I mean, in a sauna situation, I think I understand. You're not going to have clothes. Some people wear swimsuits, but for the most part, people aren't wearing anything. But I don't know. Wow,
It's pretty irritating.
it doesn't bother me for some odd reason, Darth Leto. Never figured out why.
Part of the problem is it wasn't just family there, and the people who weren't family were like looking around, kind of going, "What the hell have I walked into?"
Oh, I see. Well, this was like a communal place, so like whole families would go. So it wasn't. You knew what you were getting into when you walked in. At the situation I'm referring to, Mike Alito says, "I'll have to send you the essay I wrote in the '90s in Long Beach, Artman." Yes, you do have to send that to me, Mikey Lito. It's called "It's Not My Fault." Yes. Yeah, I like William Peterson. He looks like a heartthrob Teen Beat, but an adult. You know what I mean? Like he gives you that smile, and you're like, "Yeah, I'm gonna have to hang a picture of you up on my wall." Oh, Joe Tyson is here. Hi, Joe Tyson. How are you today? Hope you are well. Are you a fan of To Live and Die in LA? Performing AWS EC2 maintenance in the background. You all right? All days and when you and everyone with you. Okay, I'm not going to sing anymore because they'll say I'm singing the song. Dance hall days young. A dance hall days. When I, you, and everyone with you.
Welcome to karaoke on Positive Fandom. At the end of the movie, I will be singing Cara Mia.
Thank you, Mikey Lito. My baby sapphire blue, and you live her and she leads you. Mm-mm-mm. And you need her and she needs you. And you need her and she needs you. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm.
That's 405.
Mhm. Hey guys, we are an hour and hello. We're about an hour and 15 minutes into the film. Um,
Nice.
I was going to say that looks like Union Station, but I don't think it is. Okay, is this the car chase scene we've been waiting for? I hear a lot of heavy breathing.
That's pretty nasty. Do you really think you're going to open it that way?
I think he should use his gun if he's going to go this far. Or he could drive the car over with the. Oh,
Apparently
okay.
it works. Yeah. must be written somewhere. If you smash it 15 times, it'll open.
A money belt?
Whoa.
Ouch. This is going to be. Oh, no.
I'm humiliating.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess so. That didn't go down as planned.
No, no plan. Survives contact with the enemy. Oh, yeah,
Oh, no. Ugh. Ooh. Oh, no.
Oh yeah, I remember those old Santa Fe trains, locomotives like that.
All right, maybe this will work now that it's knocked me out of the system. Okay. And it does now. This is a cool shot. Mikey Lito.
That's very dangerous. Whoa.
Oh, knew those cars could take it. Was this a was this a permitted stunt? I
Did
wonder.
they have a permit to do this?
Yeah.
Hey, where they're driving around, isn't that where they filmed Terminator 2?
Oh, I'm sorry. I have to add the time, guys. I when it knocked me out, it pulled out the time, so I'll just put it back in. I can see it, but you guys can't. So here it is. Is it showing at the bottom? It is not. Um, JH edits. Here's the time down here. We're at 1 hour and 24 minutes. Oops.
What did they do? They went to a damn car wash?
Mike Alito says it was permitted. This is a good scene.
Man, these guys are man, people are coming out of the woodworks.
This is fun. Gosh, this is a great scene.
I didn't see any of this when I went to LA.
Oh, come on. It's right down the block.
There must have been a lot of hell though.
Yeah.
No, the last time I was in LA, we were leaving the city and the sports radio, but they just traded Mike Piazza to the New York Mets.
Mm.
So
A little while ago.
yeah, that was '97, or I think so, 25 years ago. But I imagine that got a lot of threw Los Angeles into a stir. What the heck? This guy comes out of nowhere with a newsie?
That's crazy.
It's LA.
You were right, Brogu. You were right. I wouldn't know what pedal to push anymore. I'd be so confused. And they're driving those old school 1970 size cars.
Yeah. I'm expecting the guy from Chips to show up to pull you guys over.
Mm-hmm. Punch. Yeah, it's interesting to see all those Cabover trucks. Really don't see them anymore. And also wait for the freeway part. I'm assuming this is it. You haven't seen this before? Oh my gosh, J&H edits. It has got some old. This is great. Oh, and a jackknife. Wow. That's incredible. That's incredible.
There'd be helicopters.
That was great. That's a great scene. That is
Yeah, I don't know, man. They're holding guns and brandishing guns in broad daylight. LA is crazy, but not that crazy.
and JHS is not gonna lie, I'm cracking up. Mikey Lewis
Seriously,
says the wrong way chase was used by Matt Reeves in the Batman. Yeah, it's funny. I enjoyed that a lot.
I thought the chase scene in Batman Begins was better.
Oh my goodness gracious! What a ride!
Was that a landline? Oh my god.
Michaelito says the French Connection or To Live and Die in LA. Pick one car chase. Well, you know something. I didn't know I'd have to compare them.
I'm gonna go with French Connection. Oh.
So, what do you think, guys? The French Connection car chase or To Live and Die in LA car chase? So, if it's is it FC or LA?
Les Françaises Connexion.
I kind of like the LA one. I'm not going to say I don't like the French Connection, but I'm going to go with LA. That's going to be my choice. It's going to come up 3 times, but it's all me. It's the two my faces and even the face with Robert on it. It's me who made that vote, Mr. Robert.
Yeah,
Okay, LA.
come on, guys. We all know that the best car chase is from the Dukes of Hazzard.
All right, LA for the way they edited alone. Joe Tyson likes LA. Yeah, I do like the editing in this. I like that they had to go through, like Hunts Point Market or whatever you want to call it. With all those guys who are like, "Hey, our trucks, what's going on? Why are you driving a car through here?" And the high lows, or I call them high lows, are like trying to do their job, but then there's this car racing through it. I really did like that industrial style interference, if you will.
Whoa.
Grogu says L.A. Joe Tyson says L.A. Mikey Lito says LA was better. Who else is in here, guys? Vote for which one you like, either French Connection or the Live and Die in LA version, or both. Maybe you can't decide. Tom Jr. Jackson, if you're still here, what was your choice? Did he vote? I'm a fan of the car chase in the in-laws, he says. Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay. Tom says it's a crisp. It is a crisp. It feels like a fall evening, right? No, no. What happened to the summer, Tom? They stole it from us. French Connection. Very interesting, Tom. Very interesting.
Well, I already said what I voted.
Yes, exactly, Mikey Lito. Oh my gosh, this is so uncomfortable. Thanks so much, James 1701B. 59 degrees, Tom. I might have to start wearing a jacket to the boardwalk. I can't even get there tonight. It's too late, but wow. 59 degrees? I better bring my fleece jacket. Broker says it feels great outside, and I live in hot Texas. That is very true, Mikey Lito. That is very true. Tomorrow, a nice 73 degrees. Perfect.
70. It's 71 where I am. Here we go.
And Mikey Lito says, I used to go to the pier on Christmas Day. You mean Santa Monica Pier? In Long Beach, maybe not. But admittedly, Christmas in California is a little bit different than Christmas in New York. Absolutely, Mikey Lito. Crazily enough, we go to the boardwalk even when there's snow and ice on it. So we are that crazy.
Chunks.
Yeah, and Broker says the dancer that's rubbing her feet is the maid from Frasier. And JH Edit says, I like the choreography there. Yeah, Mikey Lito, it's just magic. I just love it. The beach has the seas, the ocean has been very rough when you go there, like it's super loud, and you can just see the crashing waves because of the offshore hurricanes. So it's Daphne, right? Isn't that her name, Daphne from Frasier? I mean, the character's name Daphne. Everybody, we're just about to watch the conclusion of To Live and Die in LA. And of course, it's been an hour and 40 minutes, an incredible hour and 40 minutes, but actually an incredible 3 hour and 40 minutes because this has been a back to back watch party of The French Connection and To Live and Die in LA.
Yeah, that's 5 in the morning for those of you who don't know your time.
And Tom's like, it's that high rip current. Yeah, it really was incredible, Tom. They weren't even surfing in it. It was so bad.
Is that our real money or counterfeit?
He said funny money, right? Yeah, this is a fun film. Lest we think that we are getting is just some rain and wind from the hurricane and not the full storm. Yes, Tom, and always keep in mind that hurricane season isn't over yet.
Those 20s?
Yeah, Mike Alitos makes a good point, who says there's been a reason we've been going on and on about this film for more than 2 years, not being in 4K.
Hmm.
Come on, he just got shot in the face. He's not going to be talking to you, bro.
Wow.
It was like a mafia shootout.
Maybe in The Godfather.
Yeah.
Man.
Get out of there. Get out of there.
You take the money. Yikes. Whoa. Yeah, shotgun to the face definitely. It reminds me of the Fallout games.
Get some kindling.
Oh boy.
Oops.
Whoa. What an ending.
Yeah, this is amazing.
Yeah. Turn that guy into the Human Torch.
Hmm. Oh no, don't watch their sex tape. Come on, bro. That's your friend.
Yeah, some people live vicariously.
I hope she took the tape out of the the other machine. I guess it doesn't matter. I mean, this is like what, 40 years ago?
There's no bag full of money at the end.
Maybe.
Money's heavy.
Thank
Just
you
the
so
L,
much.
and yeah, the L in LA means leverage. What the hell?
Thank you so much, Brogu, for the kind words about the watch party. So glad you enjoyed it. And thank you for saying that I'm the best. Thank you. Brogu, it's such a pleasure to have you here tonight. Just so glad you all hung in there for 4 hours. You too, Darth Plato. Thank you for being here today. And before we wrap this up, yes, it is slimy. Um, Mickey from Rocky Vibes. Yeah. Um, wanted to say, I guess you're watching just the end right now.
Not sure I quite get that ending.
Well, she was an informant, wasn't she?
What was did he just proposition her?
Yeah, because she was an informant for his partner, and now she's an informant
Yeah.
for him. But to be honest with you, I think his partner should not have been sleeping with her if she's an informant. It was not. Sure, Bonzo Kilborn, how are you? Says Arvin, can we pretend I was here the whole time? How are you, Bonzo? I don't think he should have been sleeping with her ethically if she was an informant because that's a conflict of interest. So I'm not surprised that she set him up. Oh, thank you so much, Bonzo. Thank you so much for the compliments on the hair. I appreciate that.
Yeah,
Um,
no one ever commented about my hair, man. What the hell?
and Friedkin, Mikey Lito says Friedkin shot another ending to the film where Chance didn't get killed but got sent to Alaska. That's interesting. Yeah, Joe Tyson says informant with benefits. You know something? Informants aren't usually sleeping with the police they inform to. That's not really what happens. Bonzo says feeling good. Well, I'm glad you're feeling good. And guys, Robert is doing our observations in about 2 hours. So, guys, make sure you hang on and come back to the Burnettwork after this. Um, oh, wow, Bonzo. Woo. Such kind words. Thank you, Bonzo. And Darth Plato, what do you think of this film?
It's a good film. Between the two, I definitely prefer French Connection.
Interesting.
It just had more. It felt like something that would really happen. It had more verisimilitude. The action in To Live and Die in L.A. seemed a bit kind of it seemed kind of Hollywoody. Not saying it's not good. I just thought one had better verisimilitude than the other.
Hmm. What did I think of it? I thought that it was a fun action film where even though it seemed, like one thing that both films seem to have in common is that they had police officers who were going a little bit further than what they should have been doing, let's say, or for example, at the end of the French Connection, when we had the character and he just um, went a little bit further than he should have gone, um, by pursuing, and he ends up shooting another cop, right? That was a faux pas. Like that should never happen. Friendly fire should never happen, but it did. And in this particular case, this man was kind of sleeping with this informant and making deals and trying. One of the his partner had been killed, but his other partner made a deal with the I guess his lawyer, and was quite possibly going to turn on him at some point. So we really don't know if he was going to do that or not, because his partner got killed in, I guess, in that last
Yeah,
event.
that's an element in this movie that wasn't in French Connection, the dirty cop angle, I guess.
Yeah, or let's just say he took chances, and the last thing you want is to accidentally shoot another cop. That's something you don't want to happen. And perhaps if he hadn't been so eager to find these guys running away on Randall's Island, which is actually kind of a big island to chase people around, um, then that might not have happened. But who knows what would have occurred? But it was a good ending. You don't know what happens at the end of the French Connection, because when the shot is fired, you don't see who gets killed or possibly shot. Whereas in this one, you saw what happened to the police. But it was ironic for his partner to end up with the same informant. Essentially, he's using her for sex. I mean, it's not cool. That's not a cool informant, police officer relationship. That's not really okay. So
Mm.
so and I think that's kind of what made it so good also, was that it was a little, what he was doing was not right. I mean, what do you think, Darth Plato? Do you think as a cop
I
he
think the problem with the scene like that I have with a scene like that is you kind of have to compare it against something else. Like there'd have to be somebody else that's worse. And at that point in the movie, that wasn't the case. If that happened earlier in the movie, mm, then yeah, sure, I could see that because you have someone that's worse.
okay, well, it's something to think about. I think what's interesting is that
But
we saw.
I'm look at I'm. Let me rephrase that. It's kind of like with Breaking Bad. You have like this, um, the um, the chemistry teacher and his former student, whatever his name was. I don't remember his name. And they're bad dudes. Just a drug dealer, and well, not a drug dealer, but a drug manufacturer. And this not English teacher. I said English teacher. No, the teacher comes along and brings this guy in, and so you have these two goons, and one of them clearly worse than the other, and then you bring in these other higher level dope guys, and now what's his name, Heisenberg, whatever his real name was, wasn't he didn't seem as bad as these other people, and you see that, and I think that's what made that work because it's so visceral. I thought they did a good job of verisimilitude, but the characters are being contrasted against people that are more powerful and more dangerous and kind of worse than they are. And it's the same thing with Fring. Fring was worse than Heisenberg, in my opinion. But you have this Don that he had to report to, and that Salamanca guy, that made him look like a Boy Scout. And so there's like this step ladder of the worst of bad people, bad people, worse people, even worse people. And yeah, To Live and Die in L.A. was kind of like that too, except at the end of the movie, it kind of fell apart. There wasn't anybody left that was a bad dude, and you're left with this guy. Really, that's how they ended this guy making. Um, Makes the sleazy thing to ride off in the sunset. I don't like that ending. I
I
just
hear you. I think it's interesting that both films, let's just say in this particular case, deal with police officers who are supposed to have integrity above everything else.
And the
And
other thing about that,
I
I'm sorry,
do,
go ahead.
I'm sorry?
Go ahead and go ahead. I'm sorry. Go
That's
ahead.
okay. I do think it was very interesting to see that there were um, different levels of it in each of the films. And as the police officers are trying to deal with even more dangerous and dangerous situations, something that I felt that both films demonstrated was exactly how much they're putting on the line and how much they are risking, even in their own lives, to get a result. And the pressure that it's not necessarily that we saw their bosses say, "Hey, you better get something done or else you're out of here, mister." It was more of a that they put the weight of getting the bad guys on their shoulders to a point where it costs them everything in a sense. Perhaps not in the French Connection where we don't see who gets killed at the end, but certainly in this film where we see the police officers pretty much running for their lives as they're taking these chances. And it really did come across as being incredibly dangerous and incredibly risky. And I like that we could see that on the screen demonstrated in that way.
Mhm.
Sometimes it's not always easy to show that risk and that danger for an individual, and create so many elements and variables involved in it. There isn't going to be just one other bad guy. It's going to be a gang, and there's always someone who can take their place. I think I think it was very interesting to see how, um, even when one bad cop is gone, let's say, or someone who's taking advantage, another one moved in quite quickly to take their place and take advantage of this woman. So there was a lot of different layers in, I think, To Live and Die in LA. And I think Friedkin wanted you to see the different layers and the different levels of, well, if I cross the line now, can I go to a lawyer and can this lawyer get me out of this? Well, I have to turn on my partner. Well, I don't want to turn on my partner, but then I made a deal with this guy. And there was a lot going on. And I think that it was done beautifully in this film to show all of those elements, which couldn't be easy to show. Sometimes these crime movies can be one dimensional, and this one was very multidimensional. So
I
that's
agree
what
with
I
that.
liked about it.
I'm not saying it's not a
Is
good
is
movie. I
it
just I just thought that I just didn't like how they ended it, and compared to French Connection, I preferred the former.
so you like the
That's all.
mystery ending because we don't know what happened at the end of the French Connection.
Well, yes, because I look at there's something to be said, or at least in fiction. Film's different from fiction. I understand, but in fiction, sometimes you can say a lot with what's not being said. There's the implied. You can imply a lot. You don't actually have to spell out exactly what happens. And I kind of like the ending with French Connection for that reason. They're sort of leaving it to you. It's almost like a book ending in a movie.
And I would argue that the ending in both films is kind of irrelevant because the point of the film was mainly to show the risks that these police officers was taking.
Okay.
And I think both did that. And remember that the other film, let's say, I'm not going to go ahead and say that the French Connection's intent was to tell you what the ending was because its ending was so that you wouldn't have to even think about that, because once you saw that other police officer shot, you realize what had actually happened. That maybe that might have been the final straw of crossing the line as a police officer, shooting another police officer when you thought he was maybe a criminal. He wasn't. It was an accident, right? So I think that that demonstrates, let's say, it, at that point you knew and at least understood what the filmmaker was trying to tell you. And it's so critical and quite mesmerizing seeing the officer walk into that dark room and you couldn't see him anymore, and it was almost as if he disappeared as a officer of the law. So there was a lot of nice metaphorical um, imagery in that shot for me. um, and also, the other thing, that part where you got to see the woman at the end of To Live and Die in LA, as she looks at you, and kind of like you can see the sun, it's bright in the background, but when you look at her face, it's not bright. It's not that bright, sunshiny, hopeful ending. It's, you know, it's maybe one of doom. And that also, from a cinematography point of view, is very mesmerizing to see.
I
Um,
didn't. Yeah, I didn't notice that.
well, that's all right. But I think yeah, see, for some people it was non-climactic. If someone comes into, you just think you've broken free of somebody who's pretty much been taking advantage of you for information and sexually for maybe years and years,
Yeah,
only to find that his partner is now going to do the same thing to you. It is quite a dramatic and heartbreaking moment for that character. So, and to put it against the backdrop of beautiful Los Angeles, was such a nice, you know, comparison for me. Um, and I think Grogu's right. Who's up for drinks? I am. Can we all meet, Darth Plato? Can we meet right now and go out? We can't. Darn. But we would if we could. Um,
sure. You like Reaper Float?
Yes. Yes, I love that. I love that. Guys, Darth Plato and I are going to wrap it up. But Darth Plato, your final comments on the French Connection, on To Live and Die in LA, on William Friedkin, at least in this part one, TCM celebration. Final thoughts, concerns, questions, anything you want to say before we wrap this up.
Well, I've been meaning to watch To Live and Die in LA for a long time. I never got around to it until today. It's the same thing with Godfather. I didn't see The Godfather until year 2020. I put off for a long time before I got around to watching that. So it's the same sort of thing. I'm fine. I'm glad that you got me to watch this along with the French Connection. I might not have ever watched French Connection if it weren't for that. So I'm grateful for that. I like both movies. I would recommend both movies. Um, it's definitely a long, a long stream. It's almost as long as the Pearl Harbor one. I want to thank everybody for coming, and thank you for Tom Jr. Jackson for moderating. I just wanted to get that out of the way before, in case I forgot it.
Yeah, thank you, Tom June Jackson, moderator, collaborator, and friend, for everything you do. I want to thank everybody who came here tonight, who showed up for this. Yes, guys, please go ahead and if you missed the watch party, come. I understand it's a double feature, guys. For this, please go ahead and watch them and let us know what you thought of the films. When you see Darth Plato and I streaming again, which you will pretty soon, we're going to be doing part 2 in November, but we're also going to be reviewing Napoleon when it comes out soon. So absolutely let Darth Plato and I know what you thought about these two films, what makes them special, what you like, what you don't like, what you thought it stood for, things that you really were impressed by. I enjoyed hearing everybody's favorite car scenes, um, all that good stuff. Which makes the film so memorable. And I think Friedkin did a great job with both films for me. So thank you, everybody who was here. And yeah, Mikey Lito says the ending wasn't the ending, it was an epilogue. Thank you, Mikey Lito, for that, as always. Thank you, everybody. And guys, remember, watch these films as well when you get around to it. We don't always have all the time in the day to do that, but when you get a chance, go ahead and watch them. And Brogu says, "Have a good night, stay frosty, and remember, this is the way." Absolutely. Tom Jr. Jackson says, "My pleasure as always."
It looks like Mechalito had his keyboard fixed.
Yeah, absolutely. Where he says, "Watch content, form opinion, read the essay." Absolutely, I will read it.
Do 10 push-ups.
Absolutely. Darth Plato, thank you for joining me today. We had such a great time doing this watch party, and I want to thank you, as always, for joining me for so many events like this. Darth Plato, where can people find you?
Well, thanks for having me on. I appreciate that. I look forward to coming on again. You can find me here on the It Show.
And
But
guys, you can.
find you.
Yes, and guys, you can always reach out to Darth Plato here on the Burnettwork or on Positive Fandom. You can find me on Positive Fandom or the Burnettwork, on either Lorraine's channel, on as well. on El Profesoro or on the What's Scale Man Network too. So guys, do check me out there. Want to thank everybody in the Burnettwork and the PGS for being here. This was such a great time. We are all goof people. Tom Jr., Jackson, guys, I hope you're enjoying these last few weeks of warm weather here in the Northeast, at least for what we're seeing. It's starting to get a little cooler. And guys, remember, we're going to have a part 2, which I think Darth Plato will be joining me for, if he can, for the second part of the William Friedkin TCM tribute. It's going to have 2 different films. One of them is The Exorcist. Ooh, I'm getting scared just thinking about this. And another film. So please do check it out. And guys, remember, there's going to be a Robservations tonight at midnight. Make sure you tune back into the Burnettwork for that, guys. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining us tonight. And remember, no matter where you are in the galaxy, always remember to please be kind, everybody. Take care.